Morning again, Malik Fellow.
Good morning.
Good morning, Professor Kim and Mr. Ran and Mr. Somsei or Miss Somsei. We are around 30 minutes behind the schedule. Actually, it's 11 a.m. in Korean time when the Professor Kim is supposed to begin her speech after Toran, but because of the morning session, which ran so late, so we have to follow the original schedule, speaker schedule, with the Toran, followed by the Professor Kim, if it's okay. And how about the Somsei? Will you be available after 30 minutes?
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
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 Yeah.
So what about the presentation? I will start at 9:30, right?
Yeah. Can you deliver your speech after 30 minutes behind the schedule? It's okay?
Yeah.
It's okay?
I'm fine.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Then we wouldn't have any problem. Okay.
Okay.
So first, Toran and Professor Kim and Mr. Somsei for 30 minutes per person. Okay. And it's Saturday morning in all the Asian countries. So many people still, I think, are sleeping in the bed. So, except my EMBA student who normally come to school for Saturday to take some classes. So they moved out from this Zoom link for another Zoom link. Okay, so relatively quiet, but all the sessions are recorded for future audience. So you will be not alone. Okay. Okay, then Toran, are you ready to make your presentation?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Could I share my screens?
Yeah, you can show your screen. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Professor Young and oh, sorry.
Okay, we can see your screen. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, Professor Young, and good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to introduce about myself. My name is Lan Phương Cho, and now I'm working at Vietnam National University. And this is my research field. I research in financial management, especially in cash flow management and risk management. And I'm interested in behavioral finance too. And this is a topic I will present today. About my present today, this is a part of a project that I am working with NGO in Vietnam. Our project is improving financial literacy for low-income people in Vietnam. My roles in this project, after we collected the data from a survey, deep interview, and secondary data from General Statistics Officer of Vietnam, or Vietnam Social Insurance, and it's many sources. I analyze the data and build the quantitative model. Model 1 is a relationship between financial literacy and choice of insurance. Insurance in here include voluntary social insurance, health insurance, and life insurance. This is a type of government-supported insurance for low-income people in Vietnam. And model 2 is a relationship between financial literacy and choose to use the financial service. Financial service in here is payment in kind. Because now Vietnam is developing payment in kind when Vietnam is in the top 50 country with people using smartphone in the world. And you can easily access the internet anytime, anywhere with very cheap cost, even free, especially in big city. And the model 3 is a relationship between financial literacy and decide saving or investment. The results of the above model will demonstrate the status of financial literacy of low-income groups in Vietnam. We will use it to make plan roadmaps and options in financial education training for this group. And we have some recommendation to a state management agency. And in my presentation today is in brain 1 is impacts of financial literacy on the two of voluntary social insurance of low-income groups in Vietnam. Vietnam is a developing country and have achieved proud achievement in socio-economic development, but up to now, there is still a larger part of people with low income. Most of the poor households live in rural area, with their main source of income coming from agriculture, forestry, fishery, and SaaS production. This group most vulnerable to expected risks in life. Also, according to the regulation of the Ministry of Labor, Invalids, and Social Affairs, and the Ministry of Health, people with low income will receive support from the government to buy voluntary social insurance. Whether the people can take advantage of the support and make the right decision about purchasing voluntary social insurance depend on their knowledge and skill to navigate complex financial product. This ability is called financial literacy. The research estimates the financial distribution and distribution of low-income groups using 2020 data randomly collected from General Statistic Officer of Vietnam list of income level in Vietnam with different level of financial literacy. And our research shows the need for policy to support vulnerable consumer in making good choice for themselves and propose necessary support measure of the Ministry of Labor, Invalids, and Social Affairs with orientation for the future. For each module, we will have one report, and the topics that I present today were announced in the conference on Monday earlier this week. Due to limited time, so if you have any discussion or question, please email me, and this is my email. Thank you. And this is the content I would like to talk today. First of all, is the role of voluntary social insurance in Vietnam. And the next is the current situation. The third is a reduction round, and the finally is a conclusion and recommendation. Yeah, let's get started with the role of voluntary social insurance. Voluntary social insurance is a type of social insurance in which employee voluntary participants can choose the payment rates and payment methods suitable for their income to enjoy social insurance. Voluntary social insurance will help people accumulate time to pay social insurance contribution to enjoy retirement pension when they are old. Especially for those who do not have a stable job, labor contracts, or their company do not pay social insurance periodically. Officially effective from January the 1st, 2008. After more than 10 years of implementation, the voluntary social insurance policy is really a policy of profound significance for self-employed workers have low and unstable income. Have participants enjoy pension to reduce difficulty and risk, especially in OS. Voluntary social insurance is a policy with opening up the opportunity to enjoy pension for all employees in all fields. Before 2008, only public employee working in state agency or employee with contract in enterprise could participate in social insurance contribution to enjoy pension. Thanks to the voluntary social insurance policy, all people in Swiss society is full 50 years and older have to right the participate to receive a pension when they are eligible. In particular, voluntary social insurance have a very flexible contribution method. The fee is suitable for the ability to contribute and the desire to benefit later. Participants can choose a payment level suitable to their income and can change the payment rates from low to higher. In case of risk income reduction, the participant can temporarily stop paying and reserve the payment time to serve as a basic for adding the closing time later. And from January the 1st, 2018, the government implemented a policy to support social insurance contribution for participants of voluntary social insurance. Specifically, the support level is 30% for the poor, 25% for people is near poor, and 10% for the remaining subject to have subject have a better chance to participate in social insurance. The connection between compulsory social insurance and voluntary social insurance allow employee to flexibly switch between the two forms with the accumulation time as the basic for calculating social insurance benefits. In addition, in the retirement stream, participants also provide with a free health insurance card until their death. Their relative participating in a voluntary social insurance are entitled to the same death benefit for the participant compulsory social insurance. And the voluntary social insurance policy is really meaningful for self-employees, low income and unstable workers, helping pensioners reduce difficulties and risks, especially when employee become old. They are with a certain income to cover daily living expense, not depending on their descendant in the future. The social insurance funds is supported by the government. This policy have contributed to community sharing and social development. And cities recent people participate in voluntary social insurance. So firstly, they don't want to rely on their children later. They don't want to be a burden to the family, and so as they want to be in control of their life from a young age. And the next is for freelance who don't have a stable job. Having a pension is meaningful that they have a work very hard accumulate for themselves. Thirdly, in addition to the monthly pension receiver, the employee is grant a health insurance card. And the next is payment rates and payment methods of voluntary social insurance are flexible. Participants can choose the lowest level for a payment equal to the poverty line in a rural area, and the highest is equal to 20 times the base salary. The payment method is more flexible, monthly, 3 months, 6 months, etc. So finally, if the employee have a job and is pay compulsory social insurance, the entire period of participant in the voluntary social shall be accumulated with the time of participating in compulsory social insurance. With the role of voluntary social insurance above, this is the current situation in Vietnam. After more than 10 years of implementation, especially from the second half of 2018 until now, along with the orientation of implementing all pupil social insurance, voluntary social insurance in Vietnam have achieved good results. In 2020, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, the number of people participating in voluntary social insurance across the country nearly double compared to 2018 and 19, and it's about 500,000 people, equal to the total number of people mobilized 11 years ago. By the end of 2020, the number of people participating in voluntary social insurance will reach about 2.2% of the labor force of working age who are farmers and workers in the informal sector. Some localities have well developed the subject participating in a voluntary social insurance, such as some province, as you can see, Nghệ An, Thái Bình, Phú Thọ, Thanh Hóa, and Quảng Nam. And the source we rest in Vietnam social insurance in January 2021. But although the number of people participating in voluntary social insurance have changed significantly in recent years, to ensure a safely net for the elderly, this rate is still not high. This is a result of the review of poor household and near poor household in 2020, according the multi-dimension poverty poverty line applied on the periods 2016 to 2020 in on national scale results, and the source is from the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. The total number of the poor household is over 7,000 households, and the total number of near poor household is nearly 10,000 households. To measure financial literacy, our research randomized Vietnam live panels data from General Statistics Office of Vietnam, including about 6,000 people classified in the low-income groups with the age from 18 and older. Then compare in a deep interview respond to insurance status question in the VLP1 survey. We sent to 4,000 people between September to and October in 2021 with an 86% response rate. And the research includes respondents as 15 and over, because this group will be supported with the other social package. And financial literacy in this interview questionnaire divided 3 groups, 9 on child is mean high school, 6 on child is mean the secondary school, and less education level is mean primary school. And it's 100 to 400% of the poverty line. And this is our research results. Look at table 1. Accordingly, this group have a larger portion. The uninsured have lower education and income, and were less likely to be employee and employee than the insurer. Average respondent in the 400 to 1,000% poverty line have answered about literacy question correctly. Why respondent with income between 100 to 400% of the poverty line have answered 2.4 of the 3 financial literacy question correctly. And the difference is statistically significant with p-value less 0.001. So without health insurance performance worse on own measure of financial literacy, also the difference were not statistically significant. And financial literacy score for group of income level vary. The results show that financial literacy increase with income, and that the increase neutralize income above 400% of the poverty line. Financial literacy is particularly low for the benefit eligible population. Statistic result also show that the individual may have difficulty providing evidence to qualify for the poverty status for assistance. CD table 2. Table 2 is focused on individual with income between 100% to compare the with a lower level of financial literacy. 0 1 question answer correctly. To the with a lower level financial literacy, higher financial knowledge, about 2 or 3 questions answer correctly. Young people with little education, and women and low-income people with limited financial literacy are more likely not to have access to the voluntary social insurance package. The difference in the group above were not significant with p-value 0.12. And in this table 3, the statistic coefficient of linear probabilities of the model show with the indicator for low financial literacy is mean none or question answered correctly as a dependent variable. Our research performance a combination of ways to adjust for low-income group in Vietnam, according to the data of the General Statistics Office. And with the research results above, we have some conclusion and according to the above research results, it is found that the number of people participating in voluntary social insurance is not much, partly because they do not fully understand the benefits of the policy. And also voluntary social insurance is a goal of helping people, workers in the informal sector who do not participate in the compulsory social insurance when participating in voluntary social insurance. However, in the income level of many sales employee worker is still low, while the minimum payment period to enjoy pension is 20 years, so it is not attractive. In Vietnam, the issue of improving financial literacy have not received adequate attention, especially among low-income people. According to the poverty line, financial literacy have been shown the profoundly influence in financial engagement, retirement planning, and saving. Financial knowledge is closely related to people intention to use voluntary social insurance. So improving financial literacy can help low-income people access and use voluntary social insurance. With the conclusion about, we have some recommendation. We have 4 recommendations. Firstly, make financial education a nation plan with 2 main goals: protecting consumer of financial service and improving consumer understanding. The second is develop a financial education plan to effectively and directly support the implementation of project to improve access to banking and insurance service to rural in Vietnam, to ensure access to people of different living condition, to improve confidence and change spending habit and risk planning and share insurance. The third is develop training program and training in financial knowledge for people from there, help them clearly realize the benefit of participating in the voluntary social insurance. And the first, finally, develop plan to optimize information source about the voluntary social insurance package, so that people can easily access the right information source, helping to improve personal financial behavior. And it is the currently policy in Vietnam. Currently, the government budget supports 50,400 Vietnam đồng per month voluntary social insurance premium for participants who are not from poor and near poor household. And 38,500 Vietnam đồng per month for Vietnam from near poor household, and 46,200 Vietnam đồng per month for people from poor household. And the maximum period of time that participants of voluntary social insurance can receive support within 10 years from the government budget. with about policy, us is 100,000 per pupil, but every year about the that many people leave the system. Vietnam is internationally assessed as a country with a high risk of beneficiaries of voluntary social insurance policy compared with the region. However, in terms of attractiveness, the implementation of only to retirement and survivorship regime with a long contribution period lead to people being reluctant to wait, so they are not interested in participating in a voluntary social insurance. Therefore, in addition to long-term benefits, the voluntary social insurance need to have a short-term, such as creating condition for the time to pay voluntary social insurance to enjoy lower pension is 50 years, and then down to 10 years to enjoy pension, and supplement short-term and flexible voluntary social insurance regime in order to increase to attractiveness and create more favorable condition for the earlier to participate in voluntary social insurance. Besides, it is necessary to add additional benefit of participants such as sickness, maternity during the payment process. And this is a reference I use to accomplish my presentation today. And this is appendix. This is the 2 questions in our survey. And from 2 questions, we divided the class in our data to analyze. After that, we have 3 questions for the in our questionnaire to survey and a deep interview. And this is appendix about the some data we use in our research. And this is my presentation today. Thank you for the attention. And if you have any question, please send me via chat of Zoom conference, or you can due to limited time. So if you have any question and discussion, please please email me by this email. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Duran, for your nice presentation and introduction of the Vietnamese social insurance system and the financial literacy level research. I'm very impressed by your voluntary social insurance system. While most countries have the involuntary social insurance system, but your country is very open-minded to the people to provide a voluntary social insurance system. Okay. Any question from the floor or audience? Okay, if not, we will move to the next presenter, Professor Kim Sung-soo from Keimyung University in Korea. She is now currently in charge of a major academic society in consumer policy and education. Okay, she is going to introduce the new research or the agenda in Korea in financial consumer protection. Please, Professor Kim, floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. So I want my script. I want to share my script.
Share your screen, yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So I want to introduce myself to you. Professor Chong introduced already, but I am a professor in Department of Consumer Information Studies in Keimyung University, Korea. So I also president of Academic Society in Korean Consumer Policy and Education. So I will start my presentation. This study examined the financial decision of consumers affected by financial literacy and any other demographic variables or risk tolerance. So I studied the demand theory. So the financial product demand should depend on so many variables in my script. So the first, economic status, wealth and income. Especially income is very valid variable to explain their financial literacy and financial decision. And human capital is another important variable to explain the financial decision. So especially education is a valid variable. So, and next, the demographic variables is also considered to explain their financial literacy and financial decision. So age is consistently a valid variable to explain financial literacy and financial decision. However, gender is not consistent from the research, previous research result. So gender issue is my paper's problem. So risk tolerance is very emerging explanatory variable to explain financial literacy and decisions. So many research results, the risk tolerance is another valid variable. So in my article, my research problem is that what will be the relationship between financial literacy and financial decisions? So, and also consider financial literacy and gender difference and risk tolerance. So I think about gender difference because recent Korean financial consumers problems. So most consumers who have damages due to imperfect sales of financial products in Korea recently were old and female. So the age is a valid variable to be associated with the financial literacy and financial decision. However, I mentioned before, from the research result, the gender is not valid or valid according to the research model. So I wonder the gender difference in financial decision and financial literacy. So as you know, the importance of financial literacy emerged from the financial crisis. And and now financial market risk shift from the supplier to demander. So it is because the increased difficulty and complexity of finance product and services, and so many supply of a wide range of finance product and services. And in the side of consumers, they ask to they demanded and they asked for finance products and services more and more. And so the Korean consumer policy scheme needed more individual responsibility. So the Korean financial consumer would have a more responsibility in the market. So to handle the complex financial product and services, they need more capacity and understanding to deal with the financial product and services. So however, the financial literacy the definitions changed from the knowledge to behavior. So as you know, the OECD and International Network of Financial Education, the defined of the financial as a combination of awareness, knowledge, skill, attitude, and behavior necessary to make sound financial decisions and ultimately achieve individual financial well-being. However, in this paper, I want to examine the effect of financial literacy to financial decisions. So financial decision is consumer behavior. So the definition of financial literacy from OECD and INF is not good for our research model. So this is I choose the knowledge of the consumer products and consumer markets, financial product and financial markets as a financial literacy in this paper. So I searched the effect of financial literacy affected to financial decision. So many research examine the effectiveness effects of financial literacy. But the result of the previous research about financial literacy it differs from the previous research models. So Willis, as you know, criticized the vision of educated consumers handling their own credit, insurance, and retirement planning matters by confidently navigating the bountiful, unrestricted marketplace. So he criticized the lack of empirical support about the effectiveness of financial literacy education. But so many researchers, empirical researchers, show that the improved level of financial literacy can lead positive behavior change. So I wanted to examine the effects of financial literacy and financial decision in Korea. So many researches there's the financial product, many kinds of financial product. So Lin, Sao, Ye, and they examine the relationships between life insurance demand and financial literacy. Positive relationship, finds positive relationship between them. So the Kim and Shay and Smith investigated the relations between financial literacy and mortgage decisions. Their research indicated that during this time of record low interest rate, financial sophistication was positively associated with carrying a mortgage and higher LTV ratios. So the most recently, Nicolaini and Leonelli, using student survey, financial literacy can help individuals to identify and avoid financial fraud related to the payment cards. So another literature review, gender influence and risk tolerance, and so you can refer these literatures. So finally, I decided research programs like that. First, what will be different in the relationship between demographics and financial decisions between men and women? And what will be the relationship between financial literacy and financial decisions? And third, what will be the difference in the relationship between financial literacy and financial decisions between men and women? So data, I surveyed the consumers for 317 persons living in Seoul area, Korea, in 2013. So, and a face-to-face in-depth interview, and I used the SPSS program. So okay, so the measures of the variables. So this is financial decisions is a dependent variable as defined experience of holding financial products in a year. So mobile internet banking, saving accounts, mortgage and loan, in private life insurance, private health insurance, private pension, and securities and funds. So we in Korea, the social pension or social insurance is default. So I choose the finance products related to insurance, private health insurance, private pension, life insurance. It is all various or private. And the independent variables definitions, financial literacy, financial knowledge to need for rational financial choice. So I referred as OECD articles and any other previous articles. So many measures, many questions including interest rate and time value of money, inflation, and so on. So 19 questions included. So another independent variable, risk tolerance, defined as acceptance of risk investment. So risk avoiding, risk neutral, risk taking checked. And another demographic variables as independent variables: income, education, age, marriage, and gender. So summary of statistics of variables: gender, age, marriage, education, and income, and financial decisions like in the table. So you can check. So I describe the research result first. Financial literacy. Financial literacy was affected by gender, and age, and education. Gender, age, education is significantly valid to affect financial literacy. However, marriage, income is not significantly valid. So I think in my research, gender is very a significant valid variable. So, and another, the education and age is very valid variable to affect financial literacy. So this means woman is based, so the man is more literate in financial product. So, and age and education, research result about the age and education is consistent with previous research. And the second result is about risk tolerance. I used the multiple logistic regression. So the gender and education age is significantly valid. And also income is very significant valid variable about risk tolerance. It means man is more risk taker, so than woman. So and this means more richer, more risk taker. So more educated means risk avoider. So and the older more risk avoider. So this is consistent. I think this result is consistent with the previous research result. So, and next, list the result it is 3. Financial decisions can differ by gender and marriage, education, age, income, and risk tolerance. Financial literacy was not significantly valid to affect financial decisions. It's very disappointed result for me. So so I think financial literacy is not relevant with the financial holding and purchase. So I would like to examine in future research. So it is, I think, financial literacy have a relationship with the financial fraud, financial problem solving process. So the not purchase or choice. So I think the risk tolerance is significant variable only about investment. So I think the risk tolerance definition is the risk taking in investment. So it is therefore the risk tolerance is significant valid only in investment. However, the last research result showed that financial decisions between men and women, so the mobile and internet banking, the marriage and education age is valid, men and women. It is very similar result, and savings also is very similar. So, but income, but mortgage loans and life insurance is the result is a little different. So especially mortgage and loans, the marriage and age, for men, income is significantly valid. However, financial literacy, risk tolerance is not significantly valid. And life insurance, private health insurance, and private pension. So the table showed that marriage, education, age is partially significant valid. So income, life insurance, and private pension is significant valid. So private health insurance, in private health insurance, the men decide to hold private health insurance is according to income level. And stock and bonds, men and women, between men and women, the relationships, the independent variables and financial decisions differed very much. So stocks, men decide financial purchase, stock purchase according to marriage and income. For women, the only risk tolerance was valid. So for funds, for men decided to purchase funds, to hold funds according to income level. For women, women decided to purchase or hold funds according to risk tolerance. So I focused the financial literacy only in life insurance of a woman. The life financial literacy is a significant value. So I thought that this research implications, in summary, research indicate that the level of financial literacy of men was higher than women's, and men was more risk-taking than women. Men purchased more stocks and funds than women. Otherwise, women did more private health insurance. Financial literacy was not significant associated with financial product purchase or holding, except life insurance purchase of a woman. And finally, risk tolerance was associated with a financial product purchase, especially in stocks and funds, purchase of women and private pension, purchase of men. So I include an abstract in this paper. So I found that gender is very valid and important independent variable to explain the financial literacy and risk tolerance and financial decisions. And so it is a disappointing result about financial literacy. So this is the limitation of this survey. It was so a few samples about the financial decisions. So I suggest suggest something from this result of this paper. So we think the financial consumer education is a very important tool to solve their financial problem. But financial literacy education is not always significant to handle the problems. So we have to focus the consumer policy and financial consumer protection policy, and then to provide the consumer education programs to people, especially older and female consumers. So this is the my presentation about that. So thank you for your attention and listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kim, for your introduction of the new research about the influencing factor of the literacy in the financial product purchase. In fact, yesterday morning, we had Sharon Tennyson's presentation, which is very close to your presentation, but her research was about the gender effect, gene effect, DNA effect in the personal characteristics to influence the risk-taking behavior. Okay. As you said, the gender and the aging and the education may be the critical factor to influence the risk-taking behavior. And I have a colleague in my university, SKKU, who did a research on the difference of the CEO in risk-taking behavior in terms of the face style, face size. We call the difference between two bones here, the cheekbone. According to his research, the size of the cheekbone influenced the risk-taking behavior of the CEO. The wider the cheekbone is, the more risk-taking he or she is. In that sense, I'm also a risk-taker with a big cheekbone, but with the age, yeah, but with my aging and the education, maybe I've changed it a bit into a risk avoider in some sense.
Very interesting.
Yes, thank you. And any other question or comment on the Professor Kim's research? Okay, then let's move to next presentation of the Mr. Somse Keobandi, Lao Ministry of Finance, about the disaster management system in ASEAN and Laos. Okay, please. Somse, floor is yours. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Professor Chung. This will be my first time to share the presentation, so that if some mistake happen, then you can help me on this semester. Good morning, everybody. My name is Somsai Kewandi. I am the Deputy Director of Insurance Supervision Divisions under Department of State-Owned Enterprise Reform and Insurance, Ministry of Finance, Lao PDR. I am working for this department for almost more than 5 years with this department, and I worked with other departments before. So that as the invitation for us to join and share experience from Laos regarding the disaster risk finance and insurance in ASEAN. So that today I would like to share with you today I would like to share with you mainly the disaster management in ASEAN, and also initiative under the disaster risk management initiative under the ASEAN Plus 3, and also experience from Laos, how Laos participate in the two platform. Do you see my slide, Professor?
Yes, we can.
Okay, then I can continue. Yeah, this is my my overview of my presentation, so that I will get started for the first one. The first one I would like to share with you is that the ASEAN Disaster Risk Finance and Insurance Phase 2, or we shortly call ADIFI Phase 2. The ADIFI Phase 2 is the program under ASEAN Cross-Sectoral Coordination Committee on Disaster Risk Finance and Insurance, or we call ACSCC, on the IFI meeting. This meeting is the joint hand of 3 working groups. The first one is that ASEAN Finance and Central Bank Deputies meetings. Second one is ASEAN Insurance Regulators meetings. And the third one is ASEAN ASEAN Committee on Risk Management, Disaster Management. So that in terms of Laos, Ministry of Finance assigned my department because we act at we represent the ASEAN regulator meeting to join this meeting, and so that my department is the one who responsible for coordination under the ACSCC on the IFI meetings. The ACSCC on the IFI meeting had been started in 2016. The ADIFI Phase 2 will be implemented from 2019 to 2023 to 3 pillars. Which first pillar is that risk assessment. The second one is risk advisory, and the third one is capacity buildings. The third pillar and second pillar will be implemented by ICIM. ICIM is Institute of Catastrophe Risk Management under Nanyang Technology University of Singapore, with the support from ASEAN member states. It means that ICIM is the one who carry on the work, and then ASEAN member state is providing information for them to proceed. The third pillar will be implemented by ASEAN Secretariat with the support from developing partner and also the AMS countries. As of now, we have some progress under the ADIFI Phase 2. Under the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, we complete the EED is the economic exposure data, and ELD is economic loss data development for 6 member states. IED is also the 6 member country already provided IED and ILD data for the ICIM. ILD is insurance exposure data. ILD is insurance loss data. We also have developed and finalized data template for the data collections, so that some of AMS already provide the data, including Laos. The team also reviewed the DIFI policy and experience within the 6 member state, and we also have launching the ADI5 phase 2 platform. Under the pillar 3 activities, we also held the kick-off seminar on ADIFI, held meetings and seminar on DIFI in agriculture insurance. We also held agriculture insurance under the topic of basics skill for practitioners in ASEAN member states. We also held 2 ICIM technical workshop. This is the overview and progress for ADIFI phase 2, or this is the disaster risk management under the ASEAN framework. And next, I will go to the CDRIF, or we call it Southeast Asia Disaster Risk Insurance and Facilities. I would like to share with you the overview of the CDRIF. The CDRIF is the regional platform that supports participating ASEAN nations with financial management against climate shock and natural nature. The financial risk management here is insurance. This will be insurance and also provide the knowledge sharing and capacity building also for the members countries. CDRIF is an ASEAN +3 initiative in partnership with the World Bank. Initially, the 4 countries have been the founding member country, namely Cambodia, Japan, Laos, and Myanmar. So that these 4 countries signed MOU to establish a regional technical working group to study and how to establish the CDRIF on 5 May 2017 in Japan. The regional technical working group held 5 meetings from 2017 to 2018 for the preparation and arrangement of CDRIF. With this also so that this was successfully the technical working group successfully conduct in and finished in December 2018. After finish all the arrangements, so that the CDRIF insurance company was successfully incorporated in Singapore in April 2019 as the licensed general insurance company. The CDRIF company is the licensed as the general insurance or non-life insurance company in Singapore. CDRIF is the model developed from experience from others regional disaster hit regions such as Caribbean and Pacific. In the Caribbean, they have Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, and in the Pacific, they have the Pacific Catastrophe Risk Assessment and Financing Initiative. The CDRIF is based on these 2 models, but as of now, we have not had a chance to visit them for the furthermore information yet, but in fact we plan to visit them, but due to COVID situation, so that maybe we would do it later, I hope. Currently, CDIF has 8 member countries: Cambodia, Indonesia, Japan, Laos, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, and also Vietnam. That's the general information about the CDIF and how it's established. Now I would like to share with you how CDIF is, to share with you the governing structure of the CDIF. When we call CDIF, you need to have, we need to classify in maybe 4 categories. The first one is the CDIF Trust. CDIF Trust is a legal arrangement for ASEAN to open to all ASEAN member countries and governed by the COM, or we call it Council of Members, that will provide overall strategic direction for CDIF. Under the COM, or Council of Members, the member state, the member of the COM is the representative from Ministry of Finance of each member country. Mostly is the Vice Minister of Finance for each country as a member of the COM. Then slowing down one step is the CDIF Subtrust. CDIF Subtrust is like the lower layers of the CDIF. CDIF Subtrust is the I would say that CDIF Subtrust is the smaller trust. For the trust is open to many countries, but for the subtrust, it will be specifically for some disaster or some perils that specifically. As of now, we already have only one trust. We call it Subtrust A. The Subtrust A will be focused mainly on the flood, so that member country which have the flood can join the Subtrust A as a if you would like to have the knowledge, or you would like to access to sovereign insurance, you can access to the Subtrust A for the flood. In the future, there would have like Subtrust B for earthquake, or Subtrust C for storm. That would be later on. Yeah, but as of now, we only have Subtrust, only one Subtrust. As similar to CDIF Trust, the Subtrust is we have also the similar to COM. We also have a representative as a member of the director of the Subtrust board. Under the Subtrust board, it will be the director general level for as a member of the Subtrust. Lowing down after after the Subtrust, there will be the CDIF trustee. CDIF trustee is the hold the legal title to asset of the CDIF trust, and also is the sole holder of the CDIF insurance company. Then we can see is a layer. After the Subtrust, it will be the trustee, because as a trust is a member country who join, so that there should have some physical shareholder to hold the legal entity for the company. So that this is the Subtrust. Lowing down is the CDIF insurance company. As I mentioned earlier before, is the general insurance company licensed in registered in Singapore. This company will be the one that receive sell the insurance product to member countries. Let's say as of now, we have Subtrust A on the flood. The CDIF insurance company is the one who taking risk from Laos. As of now, for the Subtrust A on the flood, there is only one country that buy the insurance for flood, that is Laos. CDIF insurance company will take risk from Lao PDR, and then they will manage the risk by transferring link risk to others to the reinsurance market. Then to further cover for us. That is the general about the CDIF I will share with you. This is the structure of the CDIF that I already explained earlier. So that now I would like to share with you the recent development of disaster risk finance and insurance in Lao PDR. Under the RDIFI Phase 2, Lao also has started working under RDIFI Phase 2 since 2016, as I mentioned earlier, that this program starting in discussion in 2016. By joining this platform, Lao PDR has had working with the ICRM to implement the risk assessment pillar since February 2020 last year, and as of now, we work with the ICRM to develop the data template for the data collection, so that we can collect data for ICRM to proceed. Now we finish providing the insurance and economic data for ICRM to pursue these activities. Beside the risk assessment, Lao PDR also has now working with ICRM or subsector of ICRM to implement the risk advisory pillar since February 2021 this year, and we are now in the process of developing disaster financial management toolkit. Regarding for the risk advisory, now we are working on the previous disaster risk management assessment. After they have risk assessment, they will create like a lot accidental curve to show how can we use the financial how we best use disaster risk finance, and in the DIFI, I would say that the DIFI instrument to effectively manage the disaster that we have. This one is in the process with ICRM. Beside the two pillar, under the two pillar, Lao also have participated in workshop that I mentioned earlier, and also held the seminar on capacity building also, which we now for under this workshop under this capacity building. Now the ASEAN member country is working on to develop ASEAN agriculture insurance scheme. We think that it would be the good scheme for us in Lao PDR also, and many of the ASEAN member states are agriculture countries, and many of the population is in the agriculture sectors. So that we think that ASEAN agriculture insurance scheme would help us to better cope with the disaster management. Is one channel that can help reduce the disaster impact from the disaster. As I told you earlier, that Lao also participate in CDIF. After working closely with the CDIF member country and the World Bank to forcefully establish the CDIF insurance company, Lao PDR also had fulfilled all conditions and successfully buy the CDIF insurance in the end of January 2021 this year. Here are some key information on the CDIF insurance for Lao PDR that I would like to share with you. The policy date is in 29 January 2021. The insurer is the CDF Insurance Company. The insurer is the Ministry of Finance of Lao PDR. Ministry of Finance represent the government to buy the insurance. And for the premium, we have the 5 million premium for the two components. The component one is parametric insurance for flood. As I told you that the subtrust A is for flood, so that the parametric insurance is for flood. Here, the flood here is that the flood in the medium and severe levels. The others one is the other component is finite component, or we call it soft triggers. This one will be the all the disaster that we would like to claim. I would say that for the it's not like the insurance. I would call it similar to deposit. That is like our money that we can withdraw whenever we have a disaster that we need to use the money. Then we can request, and then we can get this one. For the parametric insurance, it's like normal insurance, indemnity insurance. When we do not claim, the premium will be gone as a normal insurance. But for the finite, after 3 years of the coverage, if there is a remaining amount, then we can get back for La PDR. The policy here is covered 3 years from starting from 1st February 2021 to 31st January 2024. Sorry. The total possible payout that we can get around 30 million. Out of 30 million, 28.5 million would come from the parametric insurance, but for the finite is 1 million, same amount. The governing law that we use in this policy is the law governing by Singapore law. That is the experience from Lao for the ADFI and CDF. Now I would like to take you to development within Lao PDR, so that the development within the disaster risk management development under Lao PDR, we develop it under the CDF, under Southeast Asia Disaster Risk Management Project. This is a regional project with Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos. Specifically for Laos, we also have working 4 ministries working together to implement this project. But here I would like to focus on the component that Ministry of Finance is responsible for. We call it strengthening financial resilience activities. This activity implemented by Ministry of Finance, including the establishment of CDF and also the buying insurance. CDF insurance is also one activity, is few and some of activity from this project also. Regarding beside the CDF, we also now we are in the final stage to in developing the national financial protection strategy against disaster and climate risk, which will be finished soon. We are now in the final meeting to finalize it, so that we will finish soon. The other one is this project will help strengthening the post-disaster budget executions, which will start soon. The concept is to see to review the current post-disaster budget execution status, and help to develop to better post-disaster budget executions. And the other ones is enhancing the Lao PDR to access to sovereign disaster risk insurance, as I mentioned to you, is CDRIF. And also the others work under this is mainly on the capacity building for Lao PDR under the DIFI. That would be my short experience sharing from you in perspective of Lao and ASEAN, and also ASEAN Plus 3 that we're working on. Thank you for attention, and if you have any question or suggestion or thought, please let me know. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Somsei. I think it's a very challenging task to develop the disaster management or prevention program in your country in cooperation with other countries. Okay. Any question from audience or comment? Then let me ask a quick question.
Yes.
What do you think is the most difficult part in developing or implementing your disaster management program?
Personally,
yeah.
Personally, I think that the DIFI, I would say in short, DIFI is really new concept within Lao PDR. Previously, Lao PDR mostly used the, we call it export financial instrument. It means that the budget relocation, when disaster happen, then the government reallocate a fund to finance the rehabilitation or reconstruction work. And that is so that we do not know, some years there is no disaster or very little disaster, but some year very huge disaster. So that is very risky to the government budget. In case when the year that we don't have the specific budget for that kind of for the big disaster event, so that it will be challenging for the government how to cope with it. When this DIFI come, and they will have also the anti-risk financing instrument, is mean the predefined risk like insurance or others other type of the anti-financing that would help us to better manage the disaster that we would have. But the most challenging is that the knowledge and the understanding about the DIFI instrument is really new. Even myself, we are working, we act as the regulators. In fact, we are not the one who manage this, but since the ministry assigned, so that we can learn from this, we find that it's not easy to understand, to have the knowledge on the DIFI, and also is the new concept. And also the DIFI is not only the one ministry, it's related to many ministries, so that the information and the coordination is not easy, and how to make them understand the let's say insurance is not easy. Even the insurance itself is not easy for others people or ministry to understand. But here is the higher level disaster for insurance for disaster, so that is a bit very challenging for us. And I would say that even now we still in the learning process. We are not really expert on this, but I think we keep learning and try to make use whatever we can to make others government agency to understand what we are doing. Yes, thank you.
To my understanding, the knowledge sharing and the financial issues are the major constraint or the obstacle in designing and implementing the disaster program. I wish you better luck with your future in every issues you are handling. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Somsei. Okay.
Thank you.
Now it's time to move to Indonesia. Melia, Retno, and Azaria for presenting an interesting another paper. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Hongju. So I think I will present with Zaza today, but we will exchange a bit. Some part will be explained by me, and some other part will be explained by Zaza. Let me share my screen first. Okay, could you see my screen? I think so.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
We can see your presentation. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the title of my research with Zaza is Does People Pay for General or Non-Life Insurance over Life Insurance? And we were doing an exploration among productive age people in Indonesia. While I think some other research that was presented before is mostly quantitative in nature, what Zaza and I did is a research using qualitative methods. So this is the results of our interview with around 20 people, Indonesian people who are among within this productive age people, which is 20 to 35. So yeah, the outline of my presentation would be, I will explain a bit the background of why we choose this research question, and then the research question that we'd like to answer from this research, the methodology that we use, and then the findings. I think the findings is still kind of preliminary in here. So if you have like any input or feedback for us, it would be great so that we can further extend our research. So what is the phenomenon behind our research? Before I go that into the problem, I think I would like to introduce the country that we're talking in here, which is my country, Indonesia. Here it consists of a lot of islands, and our population itself reached to about 271 million as of, I think, 2020. So yeah, we are a big country. But despite the size, when we're talking about insurance, the insurance penetration and density in Indonesia is still below the average of those in emerging countries. In Indonesia, this is data per, I think, 2018 or 2019. The insurance penetration is only 3%, while the average of emerging countries is around 3.2%. This is the data based on what was presented by Swiss Re Foundation. And even compared to our neighboring countries, which is Malaysia and Thailand, other Asian countries, we are also still far below them. They are already more than 4%, but we're still in the average 3%. And when we specifically look at the market, particularly the life and non-life insurance market, I think we can say that it remains undeveloped, although for both, the growth is increasing. Well, particularly for, if we're looking into the gross premium for life insurance is so much higher than the non-life insurance. But what was interesting is that the growth itself for life insurance is decreasing, while the growth for non-life insurance is increasing. So that's why this dynamic between life and non-life insurance market makes us question like what happened, particularly on the consumer level. Why did they choose non-life insurance? How is people perception and decision making related to life versus non-life insurance product? And we specifically aim to identify or explore this question among people who are in the range of 20 to 35, just because we want to do an exploration. And I think it's best if we, instead of we kind of try to generalize the results, we're trying to understand this particular group, because this particular group are quite big in proportion in Indonesia. They're around 23% of all population. And despite the general point of view that, the one who maintain insurance membership are usually those with high healthcare costs. But I think these people, these people within this age, 20 to 35 years old, they are financially able to buy insurance products. So it still makes sense if we're trying to understand their behavior and whether they prefer life or non-life insurance and why. So that's a quick background of why we choose this research question. And so particularly, we translate those problems into big objectives. So like our big objective is we're trying to explore potential versus non-life insurance among productive age people. But then we're trying to break it down into specific research question. The first one is we want to see or we want to understand people awareness towards risk in general and their own risk exposure. I think by understanding this, or by at least get an idea whether they know what risk is about and what risk they are facing in everyday life, it could help us understand, why do they prefer life or non-life insurance. And so the second question is we want to understand their perception, general perception about life and non-life insurance product. And then the third one is we ask, or we want to understand their preference and the motivation in choosing between the two, life versus non-life insurance. And then lastly, we want to look further, when they are choosing which products they want to buy within life or non-life insurance, what are the factors that influence their decision. So those are four big question or specific research question that we're trying to answer in this research. And I think before we go into the research itself, so that you guys get like a basic concept or basic context of Indonesian life and non-life insurance market, Zaza will help me in telling or explain the story. Please, Zaza.
Yes, thank you, Camelia. Okay, so first of all, I would like to explain the overview of life and non-life insurance market in Indonesia. Okay, so the insurance industry in Indonesia is regulated by the law of Republic Indonesia number 40 of 2014, and in Indonesia, OJK, or the Indonesian Financial Service Authority, acted as the main regulator of the insurance industry. Next. And this is the definition of general and life insurance based on Law of Republic Indonesia number 14 or of 2014. Okay, next. Okay, so as you can see, and as it mentioned previously, that in Indonesia, life insurance still hold the highest market share with 40.4%. Meanwhile, non-life insurance has the market share of 18.6%. However, just like Camelia mentioned before, the growing rate of life insurance and non-life insurance, if we see from the life insurance perspective, the growth rate of life insurance has been decreasing for the past years. Meanwhile, for non-life insurance, the growth rate has been growing pretty rapidly for the past years. Next. Okay, so for life insurance, the penetration rate of life insurance in Indonesia is only 1.4% with the domination of unit-linked products. As we can see, from 2014 and 2020, unit-linked products is the most sold product for life insurance. And right now, and in 2019, there are 44.6 million policies of life insurance in Indonesia. Next. Okay, so there are actually 60 life insurance companies in Indonesia, which 37 of them is national private insurance and 23 of them is a joint venture life insurance. And for the life insurance industry itself, it is led by 10 big companies, which are responsible for 33.8% of market share. Next. Okay, and as for the non-life insurance, we can see that the penetration rate is lower than the life insurance, which only 0.92%. However, in 2021, the general insurance premium indicates a positive growth of 2.1%. Next. Okay, so previously, when it comes to life insurance, the most common products is a unit-linked products. However, when it comes to non-life insurance product, there are three huge business line, which is property, motor vehicle, and credit insurance. Next. And this is like the brief reason why property insurance, motor insurance, and credit insurance is top 3 highest selling non-life insurance products. For property insurance is a mandatory insurance for the home mortgage scheme in Indonesia. And during the first semester of 2021, Indonesian property transaction volume was the highest in Asia Pacific and ranked 10 in the world. So it actually kind of explained why property insurance has the highest market share. And it is also applies to motor insurance because most multi-finance company and automobile dealers embedded their insurance in the automobile price. So the people that buy car or motorcycle, most of the time they automatically will get the insurance. And in 2019, approximately 1 million unit motor vehicles were sold in Indonesia and roughly 500,000 units in 2020. And as for credit insurance, I think with the economic weakness arising from the escalation of COVID-19 infection, the credit disbursement in 2021 grow 0.3%. Next. Okay, so just like life insurance in the non-life insurance industry, out of 79 companies that are registered in the OJK, the market is actually dominated by only 15 companies that accounted 65.46% of all of the market share. Maybe Camelia.
Okay, thank you, Zaza. So back to the research itself. The methodology that we use is, we primarily use in-depth interview. We are doing a semi-structured interviews with 21 Indonesians, aged 20 to 35. And like some of the big topics that we discuss with our respondents are around their knowledge about products, of course, about their preference between life and non-life insurance and the reasons. So what about the results? A bit background of our respondents' profile. So far we got 21 respondents for our in-depth interview that we conducted for the last 2 months, I think. And most of our respondents are women, female, and then they are mostly or majorities undergraduate, and then their income is within 5 to 15 million rupees, which is I think in USD would be around 350 to 1,000 USD. And I think this is the most important characteristic, which is their status. Like majority of them are single. And then we are also trying to look for different characteristics of respondents, like new family, two-income earners, but without children, and then also two-income earners with children, or traditional family. Traditional family would be like the head of household is the husband. So the husband is the one primarily working, and the mom is the stay-at-home mom. So that's what traditional family means in here. Yeah, we're trying to look for a diverse characteristic in our research, so that we could see like whether they have a different preference regarding life versus non-life insurance. And so the first thing from our results is I want to discuss about their general awareness towards risk. I think in general, our respondents are quite have basic understanding about risk. I mean, they could explain basically what risk is, but when further being asked, they're kind of like giving the same answer. So like they know what risk is, or some of them even cannot explain, but they know that, like the example of the risk they might face. So, but they cannot explain in a more advanced manner. And then when we are asking further related to the type of risk that they are aware of, majority of them knows these two risks, like health and then financial risk. So this is like the type of risk that are in their top of mind when we're asked about what do you think the risk that you are mostly afraid of, and these two comes up most often, like the top of mind of their risk. And when we see from the pattern of their answer, this two risks becomes their top of mind because either they have past experience with the risk, hence they could explain well like the impact or the why they are afraid of such risk. It could be because they personally experience like severe illness before, or they see like their family members experience the illness, which makes them like more aware about the health risk that they might face. And other thing that also increase their awareness, like previously they think just okay, there's a risk, but lately they think like quite heavily about the risk, both health and financial, because of the pandemic. So the pandemic bring up their like this fear from them that they might lose their income, and then they might catch the disease. So I think those two things are the events that might trigger their awareness of such risk within their life. So this is like an example, like one of them say that previously she didn't really care about how to protect the income, but when suddenly she realized that this year her father will be retired and it would give financial impact to her family, it makes her even more wary about what to prepare and how to prevent such risk of happening, so that he could still live like happily even after her father retired, something like that. That's about the basic understanding or basic awareness of risk. And then we their patterns in life versus life insurance. But before we go there, I think it would make sense to see like whether they understand of what life versus non-life insurance is. So when we asked about life insurance, like, do you know about life insurance? And they tend to only have basic understanding such that they could just explain I think life insurance is the type of insurance that could, when the insured dies prematurely, and then the dependents will get something from it. That's it. So even some of them could not explain really well. Just like say, I think it's something related to death, but they couldn't explain like the amount of money they will get, or the kind of payout or the kind of protection they will get by getting this life insurance. So these 14 people would only say that, or have basic understanding about what life insurance is, but they couldn't explain further the kind of payout they will get, or different type of life insurance they could get in the market. And mostly know about definition of life insurance or about life insurance is from their friends or family. So either their friends like have that before, and they just like 1 or 2 times here, oh, I think it's this one, but they never experienced directly, or like looking. Only 1%, I think, like she is really interested in life insurance just because she's working in an environment in which most of the people are older than her. So like these older people are already understand the importance of life insurance, and so she get that. I think I get that life insurance is important. That's why currently I'm looking for it, looking for the best financial service or insurance company that could provide me with such insurance, because this like older people keep telling me that you should get life insurance from early. But the other young people that we interviewed doesn't really interested in looking further about life insurance. What about non-life insurance? In general, their awareness towards non-life insurance is mostly about health insurance. So I think all of them understand that health insurance is part of non-life insurance, and they have like wide exposure in health insurance. Could be because their parents have health insurance before, or it's because the social insurance that we have, which is BPJS Health, or they get the health insurance from work. So they could explain better, and they know better about the benefit of health insurance. Yeah, and then the other thing that they often mention is also car and property insurance. But for this one, it's not on their top of mind. So we have to like discuss a bit further about non-life insurance until they kind of remember, oh, I think I have this insurance because I have credit on property or on car. So yeah, for these 2 types of non-life insurance, property and car, some of them even doesn't remember that they have that until we're like further into the discussion. And like from 21 people that we interviewed, they're not intentionally signed up for car or property insurance. They have that just because it's mandatory. You know, when they sign up for a credit, like property or car credit, they have to also pay for the insurance. That's why they have that. And I think that's also why they kind of know about it, but they kind of forget also like what is the benefit. They couldn't explain about the benefit or what would they get, like super basic compared to health insurance, in which they could say, I have negative experience or I have positive experience, etc. And it's not because they're also intentionally signed up, but because they are from early beginning of their life, like some of their family has that, or because most of their work are also offered this health insurance. So they know the benefit or the probability of benefit that they will get if they sign up for health insurance. And I think why I explained that a bit, I think only 2 people out of 21 choose life insurance over non-life insurance. Like most of them prefer non-life insurance. Some of them, like majority of them, prefer health insurance, and there are also people who prefer property or car insurance. And when we look further of their reasons of preference, it's because they have past experience in using this insurance. For example, if they're in the beginning join this insurance because of mandatory, but then they get the feeling that, oh, by using this insurance, I have this benefit of getting certain amount of compensation, and they are able to use that. And hence, in the future, they are more likely to sign up again for the insurance, whether for the other type of insurance that they already only know, but they cannot imagine the benefit. They're kind of reluctant. Like, I couldn't see why I want to spend that amount of money, while I think like the probability of me getting that risk is like, I couldn't see that, like unimaginable. But if they experience that, there's a higher probability that they will buy the insurance again in the future. And when we ask further, like, what do you think is the importance of health insurance specifically? They said that it's around almost 9, while for the life insurance, it's only, I think, 7 point something, less than 8. So further, we asked, like, why do you think non-life insurance, particularly, most of them prefer health like as the top priority? It's because the first one, they think the probability of claiming the benefits is higher. So like when we're talking about the cost and benefit, although they have to pay some amount of money, but they can imagine that in the future they are more likely to get sick, and hence they are willing to pay for it. And second is because of selfish motive. This is also observed both in the like single people or people who already has a family. So they tend to think that, okay, so for life insurance, the one who will get the benefit is other people, not me, while I'm the one who should pay the money. So they think that, I think I will just think twice to choose life insurance, just because I don't see myself will benefit from that also in the short term. So there's also this kind of motive, so selfish motive, because they think like, if it's like for their wife or if it's for their children, some of them think that, I think I already have some assets that they could use, or like if the wife is working, they would just think my wife is working. So if something happens to me, then I think she could still continue to live, something like that. So there's also this selfish motive. And then lastly, it's because the impact is more severe. Like I said before, in previous slide, I said that like for people who have past experience in getting the benefit from such insurance, they know like the negative feeling when they experience such risk. So they are more likely in the future to prevent such risk to happen. And since health is more likely, some of them should not even imagine that, but they see directly, they experience themselves, or they see like their father or their family, their friends experience that. So they kind of more likely to see that I would get benefit from health insurance instead of like life, something like that. And so most of them already has health insurance, the mandatory health insurance from BPJS Health, which is our social insurance, or from their work. But when we ask like whether they are willing to pay even more or like add another private health insurance to their portfolio, the result is mixed. Some of them are willing to pay more, but most of them also think that the private health insurance could not compete with BPJS Health, because for BPJS Health, we just need to pay illness is covered. So those who think that they know the process, the BPJS, how to claim BPJS, because it's quite complex. For those who know the process, they think that I could bear with that, and I will apply for another health insurance if it's really like something you know, like unique, if they really could offer me something more than the BPJS Health. And another thing is negative past experience. It might also encourage them to find another additional insurance, because, for example, they previously have experience with the BPJS, but then they have negative experience. Hence, they are willing to, I don't want to through that complex process again in the future, so I will buy another health insurance. And then, yeah, they think that there are alternative options, such as with their saving, emergency fund, and people with the religion reasons. There's these people who have like religion reasons. She thinks that you know, other than buy private health insurance, she could just like use other money, because like it's already given that we will get sick or we will face that, but it doesn't mean we have to. It doesn't mean we have to prevent that or like protect the risk with insurance. And yeah, so in general, all of people see this is an additional experience. And then I think, yeah, it's for the yeah. Lastly, about life insurance, they have like different preference regarding life insurance, but most of them not really, you know, see this as something that offer long-term benefits. So they don't really want to sign up for this now. So what are the determinant factors in choosing the insurance product? These four things are often come up. First, company reputation, the product itself, the coverage and monthly premium, and then customer service and process. And while most of them explicitly state about the cost and benefit analysis, I think the most important one is company reputation, because when we're discussing about this, company reputation comes up a lot, like a lot, like they really care about this. And when we see further why such thing might happen, well, in Indonesia, there are a lot of happens, like bad events happen involving insurance company. And I think it makes them skeptical towards insurance. And so company reputation become one of the things or become one of the critical things when they choose insurance product. And then also another thing that they feel negative towards insurance industries, telemarketer or agents. Well, in Indonesia, they're quite intrusive. So, you know, whenever they think that don't you want to, you know, get more information about insurance product, and they will associate that with, no, I don't want that, because the telemarketers or agents will too uncomfortable to being asked. You know, like I will choose the information myself when I think that it's necessary, something like that. And so how do they evaluate which company to trust? They will see mostly from these two things. First, they will seek word of mouth from their family or friends, or even influencers. And then a big name, such big names such as like Allianz, Prudential, or if they have like international credential, they will think that these companies have a better track record. Yeah, so I think trust is like quite significant in the decision-making process, because it's such a complex thing. So when they see that the reputation is already good based on these two things, word of mouth or big name or track record, they would just see, like, compare the product. But this will be like the first thing that they will see. Like the other thing, if the company doesn't, you know, if like someone never mentioned its name, they will not even consider the insurance product. And so last, I think, what is our recommendation? From the result, we think that the root cause of all this is like the education or the knowledge itself is just educating its potential customers. So they don't use the agents to just, you know, selling the product, but to really transparently educate our customers so that they have trust towards this insurance company, instead of like thinking of them as being too commercialized. When they see that these agents trying to help them understand the risk, understand the product, it would also increase their trust towards the company. And then second, in terms of to increase their awareness also, I think it's important to encourage or paint a vivid picture of the kind of risk they will face. Like we couldn't just like explain the possibility, but they have to be able to imagine the things or the bad things that might happen if they don't prevent such risk to happen. So we have to trigger fear or happy feelings when they are protected if disaster happens. I think this has something to do with emotional marketing. And third, for these people around 20 to 35, they don't like being pushed, but they are kind of educated itself. I mean, they are willing to search more if they think it's important. So I think if we can help them paint a vivid picture of such risk, the next thing that we could do as a company is like build a self-service platform, so that when they already triggered to search for more information, instead of being put backward because of the thinking that the agents will selling the product and they don't want to face those uncomfortable feelings, just provide like a self-service education platform, so that along the journey, it's not broken. So after they are aware, they could just directly search by themselves. And lastly, I think also important from government to support in the form of Consumer Protection Act, because lately the issues, especially regarding unit link in life insurance, is quite a lot in Indonesia, and it also decreased trust towards the company. Hence, I think it's important to think how we could increase consumer protection, so that consumers are willing to try again, to see again the possibility of insurance in protecting them from risk. I think that's all from me. If there is any question.
Okay. Thank you, Nelia and Azaria. You look
Thank
like
you, Professor.
you look like a sister. The sister. Okay, Azaria and Nelia explained the overall picture of the Indonesian insurance market, and also explain the determinant of demand among the Indonesian consumers. Okay, there are various factors to influencing the demand structure in Indonesia. Very broad and comprehensive research about the Indonesian insurance market. Any question or comment? Okay. Because of the so many population of Indonesia, she took lots of time to explain a country.
Sorry, Professor Jung.
Yeah, you spent around 40 minutes. Okay. Okay, thank you anyway. Okay. Okay, now it's time to move to Korean speakers. Oh Yoon-jin, Im So-young, Kim Eun-son, one by one. Okay. Please enjoy their presentation. Okay. Now it's time for Oh Yoon-jin. We cannot hear you, Yoon-jin. Maybe your speaker is off.
Sorry about that. Hello, my name is Yoon-jin. Before we go any further, I'm studying Sungkyun University and working at Korean Institute of Origin Information. Korean Institute of Origin Information, an institution that does research on trade. In particular, we do research on FTA. I study the trade status of FTA countries' relation with Korea. If you have any question of FTA, please email me later. But enough about me. Today, we look at the relationship between the first industrial technology and trade education. The topic of my presentation is the confrontation plan of trade education in universities reflected on the first industrial revolution. Along with the rise of ESG, the first industrial revolution is also considered an important topic worldwide. The contents of a presentation will be like this. Let me start my presentation. First, the first industrial revolution technologies included artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, cyber-physical systems, and big data technologies, and so on. They are turning into a way that goes beyond the limits of time and space. International trade environment is also rapidly changing by fast digitalizing, according to the first industrial revolution. The application of a trade transaction environment, such as blockchain and artificial intelligence, is making a change in the trade environment that was once considered unimaginable. After examining the changed trade environment due to the first industrial revolution, we will go over current impact the first industrial revolution has on education. Next, we will examine the impact of first industrial revolution has on the trade environment, as well as the relation between trade and first industrial revolution. Let's go over the change in the trade environment due to blockchain and artificial intelligence, which are the main representative technology among the first industrial revolution. I would like to talk about what blockchain is. Blockchain technology, the subject of university dissertation in the 1990s, was embodied by an academic article published by Satoshi Nakamoto. Blockchain is a form of technology that stores digital information, and each block contains a database of participants' digital data such as their transaction records. In the order of issuance, it has value to connect a previous block to one that follows after. Then it uses a partial of its participants' information in a person-to-person manner to distribute and manage the database stored on their computer. Blockchain and blockchain-based distributed origin technology will have a great impact on global trade supply chain. In addition to make the transferring system of products efficient and secure, blockchain-based solution is making complex payment methods simple, such as a letter of credit, for example. British bank Barclays reported that the process from issuing to approval of the letter of credit usually takes between 7 and 10 days, but could be reduced to less than 4 hours due to blockchain-based trade finance transaction. Blockchain technology is safe and robust and thus ideal for storing and processing sensitive information. Next, let's take a look at artificial intelligence. While the dream of AI founders is to build a machine that is able to act as a human, that AI interest has always been to transfer knowledge into computers and to make reason using knowledge. Powered by various knowledge retrieved and reasoning methods, the computer in our phones is also able to learn using human-inspired and computational machine learning methods and algorithms, as well as from observation of the external world. So the evolution of AI through machine learning, such as deep learning, is to bring about innovation evolution through the full range of human intelligence. Nowadays, artificial intelligence, AI techniques, are applied in many fields such as industry, natural language process, or medicine. Using artificial intelligence and machine learning, it reflects the optimization of trade transportation routes and integrated management of transport shipping methods such as international ocean freight. Example of would be Google Global Fishing Watch. This is the related picture. I will explain another example of a company that implementing smart contracts and simplification of customs clearance by reflect the first industrial technology, IBM and Musk, a shipping company. I have collaborated to create and operate a blockchain platform called TradeLens. TradeLens is a global supply chain solution that focuses on containers cargo jointly launched in 2018 by IBM and Musk, the world's largest shipping company. TradeLens solution to help manage and track goods and the paper trade of millions of shipping containers by digitizing the supply chain process to enhance the transparency and the highly secure sharing of information among partners shippers. The solution, which is expected to be available later this year, has the potential to save the global economy billions of dollars. The whole world of commerce and trade is about to be rethought and redesigned according to the first industrial revolution. Let's move on to next chapter. Before discussing the countermeasure of the first industrial revolution and education and trade, we will first look at the change in the trade course in Korean university. In the 1960s, when the Department of Trade was introduced in the 90s, Korea mainly exported low value added products. So the goal was cultivating talented people familiar with trade practice. General trade course subject economics and business administration accounted for majority. The field in study of trade were limited to trade practice, trade English, trade finance. From 1917 to 1980, Korea trade was very active during the 1917 to 1980. Even university came in line with this change in time, and the curriculum of trade study expanded their range of education. Following the addition of the course to the studies in the 1960s, international capital movement theory and international economic organization theory were added to their study. Furthermore, multinational cooperation theory, international marketing, and international financial management, and other studies become a part to their education. Throughout the 1919 to 2000, many international issues arose. Although Korea had to go through IMF, the trade environment has changed as a result of signing free trade agreement with many countries. Following the change, information education related to international trade had strengthened. Various subjects associated with e-trade, such as e-commerce, cyber trade theory, and international e-business theory, were introduced into the international trade curriculum. In addition, subjects have expanded, such as determining the country of origin related to free trade agreements. So, how should education in trade course change in the upcoming future? In the case of trade studies, the curriculum has expanded and changed in accordance with the change of times. Now, we will look at countermeasures for trade education reflecting the first industrial revolution. Now, we will look at countermeasures for trade education reflecting the first industrial revolution. I think it's necessary to reflect the link between and the related contents of the STEM subject in regard to trade education reflecting the first industrial revolution. Some may say you can call this to be countermeasure. However, I personally believe it is necessary to improve trade education in connection with the STEM curriculum. So I will explain the STEM education system as all countermeasures. The STEM is in the 1990s, the Nation Science Foundation called it STEM as a contest science, mathematics, engineering, and technology. The purpose of STEM is as follows. In the era of the first industrial revolution, STEM education is gaining attention as it is becoming to be considered the most important method of education. This is because the first industrial revolution is to cultivate creative convergence of people with the ability to create new value and solve complicated problems in order to be able to face the era of uncertainty. Professor Sanders, who created and conducted the integrative STEM education, emphasizes the STEM education is not just simply an individual education in the fields of the first subject, but an integrated approach based on mutual communication and cooperation between them. So the United States actively conducts STEM education, but it is also emerging in various advanced countries such as the United Kingdom and Australia. By the way, many countries implement STEM, but I will explain education in the United States as an example regarding the current status and policy STEM. STEM education is being conducted through various ways in schools all around the United States. To begin, textbook and program on STEM education are being actively developed in university, research institutes, or even non-profit organizations with the support from the states. The subject and target STEM education as follows. At the elementary and secondary level, it focused on science and mathematics, which is based on the science and engineering, and applies integrated STEM education to all grades or flexible improve existing programs. STEM education subjects as follow: most science, mystery science. These subjects are actually familiar for me. Anyway, the United States is taking the lead in STEM education by making an effort to provide the national level education standards, education policies, and budget. At the elementary and the secondary level, it focuses on science and mathematics, which is based on science and engineering, and applies integrated STEM education to all grades or flexible improves existing programs. In addition, more and more universities are beginning to provide courses linked between different departments, and programs are getting their name changed to STEM. This table shows what I've been talking about. The federal STEM strategic plan suggests 3 major goals for policy measures, with the vision of providing quality STEM education to America for a lifetime, and to become a global leader in STEM education, innovation, and employment. The United States actively conducts STEM education. As a presentation in the table, it will be easier to understand the technology regarding the first industrial revolution through the establishment of a foundation of development STEM utilization capability, and the plan to strengthen computer utilization capabilities. Let's take a brief look at the current situation in Korea. As of recently, many schools with the name STEM have also been developing in Korea. This is part of an effort to expand the STEM education, which has been mainly conducted for extracurricular activity, such as summer campus, clubs, and after-school activity to basic school programs. While it is almost impossible to list every discipline, some common STEM areas include area engineering, bio, robotics, among many others. As evidenced by the multitude of disciplines, it's clear the STEM fields affect virtually every component of our everyday lives. Therefore, I believe that it is necessary to see that there is a link between the trade studies to curriculum based on STEM. It was difficult to distinguish subjects related to first industry revolution. So in the future, I'll make comparison between countries focusing on STEM education. By doing so, it will be possible to understand the trade environment connected to the first industrial revolution. So I will continue to study to link between STEM education and trade studies. Today, I talk about the direction in which the first industry technology and trade education should be combined. It concludes, we are living in the era of the first industrial revolution. The education system must also be changed in order to meet the change of this era. This international trade, in particular, with the development of the first industry, we will have a different transition pattern from the previously existing trade method. Therefore, I think that trade education should be a study that is crafted on the technology of the first industrial revolution. I'd like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Yoon-jin. She explained the development in technology, in trade education in Korea and elsewhere in the world. Okay. Any question or comment from the floor? Then let me ask a quick question. What do you think is the one single difference between Korea and the United States in terms of the education in a higher level?
I think America is more interested in first industrial technology.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I think it's a very wide, broad, and the dynamically innovating topic and subject, but that's a really important subject for every country to meet the fast changing future and for development of the young generation to survive in the continually changing environment. Thank you very much for your presentation once again, Yoon-jin. Okay, I hope you enjoy your research and with a good performance.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, now we will have So-young Lim to present the ASEAN insurance market for several countries. Okay.
Hi everyone, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So my name is So-young Lim, and I think my name is So-young Lim, and today I'm gonna talk about my PhD thesis, which I'm editing and writing again, and the title is about the analysis of ASEAN consumers' preference for insurance operators and insurable risk, and I focus on Indonesia, Myanmar, and Vietnam. So actually, this paper, I used the survey data that I presented yesterday, and I'm as the background of the research topic selection, I think I explained. I explained detailed yesterday. So today I will just talk about my personal background. The reason why I choose ASEAN because I have been doing assistant for the International Academy of Financial Consumers for 5 years, and also and because of and also I did a KAIDEC public-private partnership incubating program, which I did a research about the insurance in Laos with Professor Zhang. And also, I have been doing assistance for the ASEAN exchange product of our university about the like visiting researchers, and I'm assistance them. And because of my personal background, I could get a lot of interest about the ASEAN countries. And to be honest, personally, I haven't many idea about the ASEAN countries before this kind of jobs. But after that, I could get a lot of knowledge about the ASEAN countries, and that's why I choose ASEAN for my PhD thesis. This paper, I mainly focus on the consumers' preference between insurance operators, social, private insurance, and domestic foreign insurers. And for the insurable risk, I choose between life and non-life insurance. And today I'm gonna talk about my paper in 5 parts. First is the introduction. I think introduction and theoretical background is similar to yesterday. So I'm gonna talk about it very briefly, and then I will focus on my research, literature review, and research method, result, and conclusion. So as all of you know, insurance plays very important role in one country. And there have been a lot of researches about the relationship between insurance and economic growth. Researchers, they focus on those like developed country and developing country and some emerging insurance market, and also a frontier insurance market. But when you see the determinants of the insurance demand, many studies mainly focus on advanced insurance market because of the data. And there are very little researches about the ASEAN insurance market. And most of previous studies, when they choose dependent variables, they mainly focus on like have insurance or no insurance. And I'm gonna skip this one. And I choose Vietnam, Indonesia, and Myanmar because Myanmar's insurance penetration is less than 1%, and Vietnam and Indonesia, their insurance penetration is also very low, lower than 3%. So that's why I choose those 3 countries for my research. And when researchers see the insurance demand, they mainly focus on 4 factors as the table 1. And for the social and private insurance, I think I already explained about this one, and also social security system yesterday, and also other ASEAN researchers, they already explained a lot, so I'm gonna skip this one. And so I searched on the internet about the previous studies on determinants of social insurance demand. So table 4 is the result. And previous researches, they mainly conducted empirical analysis and targeting social health insurance in South American or African countries. And I could find some papers who choose Vietnam, Myanmar, and Indonesia. And when you see the variables, most of studies, they focus on economic and demographic factors for analyzing the determinants of social insurance demand. And about domestic and foreign insurance companies, I searched about the studies on determinants of people's preference between domestic and foreign companies or products. So table 6 is the result, and previous researchers they mainly focus on single countries like Taiwan, China, India, and Malaysia, and also Bangladesh. And their research subject is mainly consumer goods, like fast food brands or sneakers or electronic products or something like that. And the variable is here, and following the previous researches, I choose the independent variables that I'm gonna use for my research. And I also mentioned this one yesterday, so I'm gonna skip this one. And if you see here, Myanmar and Vietnam and Indonesia, their market share between life and non-life is totally different. And table 10 is about the previous researches on the determinants of life insurance demand. So there are a lot of researches about life and non-life insurance demand. And previous researches, they mainly conducted empirical analysis targeting advanced countries like European country, US, or any other OECD countries. And also they choose some emerging market. And if you see here, the research in 2017, they conduct life insurance demand paper using ASEAN 4 countries, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, and also Malaysia. And they found their result is like this. And most of papers about the life insurance demand and non-life insurance demand, they also focus on the economic and structural factors rather than social and cultural factors. So after after searching the previous researches, I could found some research gap. So I did a research method like this. I used the survey data for my paper, and I did an analysis method of frequency analysis, exploratory factor analysis, reliability analysis, and correlation, and also multiple regression. And actually, after that, I did a multinomial logit regression, but because of the time limit, I couldn't put the result on this presentation, but I'm gonna put the result on my paper. So yeah, and today I'm explaining you about the multiple regression result. And here is my survey questionnaire structures, and I made a survey questionnaire following the previous researches. And here is the definition. And if you see here, for the independent variables, I divided into 3 parts. The first one is life insurance preference. So I made a ratio using a life insurance preference value and social insurance preference value and domestic insurer preference value. So I made a ratio, and then I did a multiple regression. And for gender, I put the dummy variables. So the reference group is a female, and for education, reference group is under high school. And here is my paper's hypothesis. So yeah, here is the first one about the social and private insurance. And I used the dependent variables income, religiosity, government trust, social insurance trust, and private insurance trust. And the last one is age. And the second subject is about the domestic and foreign insurance. So for the independent variables, I use the consumer ethnocentrism, domestic, individualism, religiosity, and foreign insurer trust, and gender. And for the last, between life and non-life insurance, I put the independent variables, income, education level, financial literacy, and financial trust, and age, and the last one is gender. So from now on, I'm gonna talk about the result. The most of survey respondents, they are 20s, between 20s and 30s. And the gender difference, if you see Vietnam and Indonesia, the ratio is similar. But in Myanmar, my survey respondents are mostly female. And about the education, most of our respondents, they have a bachelor degree. And in Myanmar, most of people, they believe Buddhism, and in Vietnam, most of people, they don't have any religion. And in Indonesia, most of people believe Islam. And for the descriptive statistics, I'm gonna skip this one. Yeah, and after that, to test the validity of factors composed of several items, I did a exploratory factor analysis. And actually, at the first time, there were a total 38 sub-items among the questionnaire items, but 2 sub-items impaired validity, so I delete them. And finally, I performed the sub-items with, 36 sub-items. And I could find 7 factors. If you see here, I could find 7 factors. And for each 7 factors, I gave some factor name, like a foreign insurer trust, social insurance trust, consumer ethnocentrism, and individualism, private insurance trust, religiosity, and the last one is government trust. And next, I did a reliability analysis. And as you see in the table 19, all of the Cronbach alpha coincidence were higher than 0.8. So I figured that there is no items impairing reliability. So I use all of the items for my analysis. And here is the correlation analysis, and I'm gonna skip this one. So if you, and from now on, I'm gonna talk about the multiple regression result for each country, Myanmar, Vietnam, and Indonesia. The first subject is about the social insurance and private insurance preference. So in Myanmar, income has a negative significant effect. Negative significant effect on social insurance preference. And private insurance trust also has a negative effect on preference social insurance. So it means that in Myanmar, if people earn more income, they prefer private insurance than social insurance. And if people trust private insurance more, they prefer to choose private insurance. And next one is about the Vietnam. So in Vietnam, I could find only age independent variables are positive or significant. So if people getting old, so older people prefer social insurance than private insurance. And the last one is Indonesia. So income and private insurance trust has negative effect on social insurance preference. And government trust and social insurance trust have a positive effect on social insurance preference. And the next subject is about domestic and private insurer, domestic and foreign insurer in 3 countries. So in Myanmar, foreign insurer trust and consumer ethnocentrism are significant variables. And the consumer ethnocentrism has a positive effect, and foreign insurer has a negative effect. And next one is Indonesia. Indonesia, I could only find the consumer ethnocentrism has a positive effect on domestic insurer preference. And lastly, last subject is about life and non-life insurance preference. So in Myanmar, I could find the financial literacy and education level has a negative effect on life insurance preference. And in Vietnam, age has a positive effect on life insurance preference. And in Indonesia, gender has a positive effect on life insurance preference. So it means that male in Indonesia, male prefer life insurance than woman. And for the conclusion, I'm gonna the first one is a summary result about the social and private insurance preference. So table 29 is about the comparison with the previous research. So if you see the income, my result and the previous result are same about this one, social insurance. And religiosity, I couldn't find any significant result in my research. And government trust and social insurance trust also has the same result as previous research. And age, I could also find the same result as previous research. So in here, trust is very important things when people prefer some insurance products, because as you may know, financial products is invisible, and also so the trust is very, very important for deciding having financial products. And especially insurance is in insurance, trust is very important, because you pay the insurance premium now, and if some risk happens in the future, you will get the insurance money from the insurance company. That is the basic background of insurance contract. So if people don't have any trust about the insurance products or insurance companies, they are not they don't decide to buy an insurance product. So that's why I think trust is very important for deciding insurance product, deciding to buy insurance product. And the second one is about the comparison with previous research about domestic and foreign insurer. And for individualism and religiosity, I couldn't find any significant variables on my research. And trust consumer ethnocentrism's result is same as a previous research. And the last one is about life and non-life insurance. So income, I couldn't find any significant result in my research. And financial literacy and education, financial literacy is quite different from the previous research. And education, if you see here in Myanmar, the level of education has a negative effect on life insurance preference, and it is the same as the research in 2017. So in here, if people has more education level, they don't buy life insurance. So it means that even though people got the higher level of education, it doesn't mean that they understand very well about the insurance products. And also the education level and buying insurance products or preference insurance products doesn't have any significant relationship. And if you see here in Indonesia, male prefer life insurance than woman, and this result is same as this one, the research in 2016. So Luciano and other researchers, they did a life insurance demand in Italy, and they found that men prefer life insurance than women because women think that women, they have a relatively low perception of their importance of death in one family, because most of women, they do not contribute to the household income, and also they play a very small role. So that's why they think that their death is not very risky than men's death in one family network. So I think that's why Indonesia's result is same as this one. And for the conclusion, in my research, I mainly focused on cultural and social factors, which is trust and religion. And I could find some significant results about the trust, but I couldn't find any significant results about the religion. And I think ASEAN market has a high growth potential in the insurance market, and also between ASEAN countries and Korea and the other countries, such as Japan and China. The RCEP enacted in, I think, 2020. And their main topic is about financial services liberalization. So in the future, the importance of the ASEAN market will increase. And I think my paper could contribute to fill the research gap between previous research, and also for the practice. And I think it is very meaningful that for Korean governments or Korean companies, when they think about the basic background of the ASEAN countries in insurance market. But however, my paper has some limitation. So the survey questionnaire is not composed considering the different characteristics of each country in a very various way. And so I think it will be needed to consider in next research. And also, it is not about the general, about the all regions in Myanmar, Vietnam, and Indonesia. So I think there is a limit to generalization about this research result for the country. So that's what I prepared for today. And here are some references that I read about that I read for writing my papers. And if you are interested in, you can find it. And thank you everyone for listening my presentation. And if you have any comments or any opinion, any question, please let me know. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. So-young Lim is one of the very few Korean researchers working on the ASEAN topic. So many ASEAN experts or researchers can do collaborative work with So-young in the near future. Any question from the floor? I think you have many questions, but maybe tired of so many paper presentation. Okay. Maybe later you can contact the So-young for discussion or Q&A. Okay. Thank you. Let's move to the last Korean speaker, Ms. Eun-sun Kim. She did a great research on Korean labor market recently. Actually, this is part of our dissertation. Okay. Okay. Ms. Kim, floor is yours.
Hello. My name is Eun-sun Kim. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, thank you. My name is Eun-sun Kim. Now I'll explain my studies. The title is Empirical Study on Determinants of Employment Security in Korea. I work for Samsung SDS, which is a global leading IT company. It made a new future through the integration of technology and business since 1985. This company, we have experienced IT experienced more than 30 years, and we have 23,400 employees, and we have many overseas corporation, more than 41 countries. The left image, which is HQ building, it is located at Jamsil, and my office is on the 21st floor, so I work here. Table of contents is like this. First is the interest, and the last is the summary. Why employment security? I have 3 personal interests. The first one is I have been experienced of HR more than 20 years. So I am very interested in the employment program. And second one is my job is related to IT. This day, the first industrial revolution is very popular, and we are very focused on that technology, because due to the technology, our job will be disappeared. So many jobs will be disappeared. The last one, this employment security is not only theory, but also reality, because near my office, we feel this kind of employment security. Security is a big issue. I have another academic interest. That also I have three academic interests. First, due to the technology, job is reduced, or due to the technology, job is increased. Same organization, but they have an opposite result. Does the technology impact on the employment security? There are so many different opposite results. The left one is employment security level is low. Some report like that. The right side, employment security level is not low. Some of report they reported like that. Especially authentic organization, World Economic Forum, it reported opposite result in 2016 and 2018. So I need to study for determinants of labor demands according to the Hicks-Marshall's law. Second interest is employment security level is low, or employment security level isn't low. That also, there are so many opposite result papers. So I need to study for determinants of employment security. The third thing, factors that increase employment insecurity are globalization and technological innovation. But there is no empirical analysis of productivity, consumption, and technological innovations. Next, definition. There are job security and employment security. The ILO defined like that. Job security is the possession of a niche in work, allowing some control over the contents of a job, what the worker actually does, and the opportunity he or she has of building a career. Another way of presenting job security is to refer to property rights in a person's work. In other words, whereas employment security refers to the sense of attachment to a current enterprise or establishment, job security refers to the sense of the attachment to a particular job or range of tasks. ILO defined like that. So in this study, I defined like that. Job security is job security in a broad meaning. And job security is a sense of a preoccupation with a particular job or scope of work. A concept that provides workers with the ability to stably improve their working conditions throughout their lifetime and to find a new job easily if they lose their job. Job security is a concept that includes employment security. Employment security is like that. Job security in narrow meaning. Employment security is a sense of obsession with the current company or facility. The concept of keeping your current job stable. OECD define this kind of employment security measure method. 1997, OECD published one report, its job insecurity on the increase in OECD country. They defined that kind of measure measure method. The employment security measure method is two: employment tenure and retention rate. Employment tenure is average length of service a worker has worked with the same employer. Retention rates is the proportion of workers with whom an individual is still working with his or her current employer after n years. So in this paper, employment security is defined as the employment retention rate. It means proportion of workers with whom an individual still works with his or her current employer after n years. Why in this study use this kind of two measure method? Because it is easy to measure. The concept of employment security is well explained. Next is research model. This is a Hicks-Marshall's law model. Hicks-Marshall defined elasticity of labor demand. There are so many kinds of factors. The price of labor, the price of other factors of production, consumer demand, labor productivity, production technology. So I referred to this kind of Hicks-Marshall's law. I defined employment security. Employment security also this kind of same factors. Next one is research model. The Sberk and Helgren 2002, they reported one model, integrated employment security model. It consists of two pages. One is objective situation, the other is subjective interpretation. So this kind of objective situation have individual demographics characteristics and individual job-related characteristics. So in this research, I referred to that kind of model. So I made integrated employment security model. So I analyzed the factors that affect job security when subjective experience of employment security is influenced by objective information such as demographic characteristic, job-related characteristic, and industry characteristics variables. Next is research model is logistic regression analysis. I use this model. So result Y variable is binomial variable indicating whether or not employment security. If stable, then 1, not stable, then 0. So my study has more than one X variable, so I use multiple logistic regression. The formula is like that. Next is data. My Y variable is employment security. It means it converted to employment security status based on 1, 2, 5, and 10 years of job retention. X variables consist of demographic characteristics, industrial characteristic, psychological characteristic variables, and especially economic characteristics variables. The data included 2009 to 2019. So the data come from Korea Labor Panel Survey And the economic characteristic variables came from Bank of Korea economic statistical systems. My key X variables is total capital investment efficiency, sales growth rate, R&D expenditure growth rate. I especially focused on that variables. Next is result. At the first, I made a descriptive statistics. This data come from the analysis of number of retirees by year among those who joined the company after 2000. So it has 21,315 records. First, retirement rate by age. Retirement rate among young people in their 30s and younger is higher every year. The number of those under the age of 29 has increased recently. In case of people in their 40s, the proportion of retirement is always higher than that of in their 50s. In case of people in their 50s, the proportion of retirements continued to increase, but has recently decreased. Due to the aging population, the proportion of retirees is gradually increasing due to active economic activity in the age group in their 60s and 70s. Retirement rate by education is like that. The proportion of retirees with a high school diploma or less is very high, but it has been gradually decreasing in recent years. The proportion of college and university retirements continues to increase. This reflects the social phenomenon of increasing educational attainment. Retirement rate by gender. In the case of women, the proportion of retirement is higher than that of men every year, except in 2001. And the proportion continues to increase as the year increases. This is the N years employment security rate. The graph shows like that. So although there are fluctuations by year, we can find the trend line of the overall increase in employment security. I analyzed this kind of I analyzed using this kind of variables. Most variables are significant, but employment type and working environment satisfaction were removed from the determinant employment security. I use a variable selection method, especially backward elimination. So I want to find the significant variables. The result was like that. Next is ANOVA analysis. I want to find group difference analysis result. The ANOVA analysis is PR is a p-value. So if this value is less than 0.05, there is a statistically significant difference and there is a group differences. First time I explained, I focused on the 3 X variables. So I want to study, I want to analysis, group difference analysis depend on that variables. So the first variable is R&D expenditure growth rate. I made a group data. Some industrials belong to 1 quarter, 2 quarter, 3 quarter, 4 quarter. I made the 2009 and 2019 for 11 years average rank. I made a rank. So low is belong to 1 quarter. High is belong to 4 quarters. The industry belong to like that. So first 25 under the 25% industry belong to 1 quarter. More than 75% belong to 4 quarter. So I group difference analysis by that quarter. So 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, 10 year. What kind of group difference? So the employment security first, and second is working period. So I found most of them are difference, but 10 year is not different, no difference. The second is sales growth rate. The analysis method is the same, but the industry belong to quarter is already been changed. So the result is the employment security, there's no differences, but the working period is difference by quarters. The last one is total capital investment efficiency. The analysis method is the same, but the industry belong to quarter is different. Anyway, the result was every quarter group, they have a difference, but only the employment security for 10-year case, they don't have any difference. Last summary. I found that kind of result. Employment security is impacted. The price of labor, the consumer demands, labor productivity, production technology. So various cause variable affect employment security, especially sales growth rate, total capital investment efficiency, production technology has a different influence on employment security depending on the position of the quadrant. The detailed impact is like that. These are references. That's all. Thanks. Can you hear me?
Okay. Well done, Ms. Kim.
Thank you.
Yes, she did a great research as a doctoral dissertation in about the Korean job security using the lots of data she can handle and collect from the Korean variety of Korean offices. Okay, do you have any question or comment? Okay. Okay, if not, okay, we will close the presentation like that. Okay, and we have one more presentation for this conference, which was pre-recorded by an Italian professor, Gianni, from University of Rome, Italy. Okay, he's going to present Italian pension system. So I hope you enjoy the last presentation for this conference. Okay.
Hello to everyone, and thanks to the organization committee of the conference for giving the chance to present today. My name is Gianni Nicolini, and I'm an associate professor of finance at the University of Rome Tor Vergata in Rome, Italy. Can you share my screen? The title of my presentation is the Italian pension system, structure and key attributes. What I will try to do is to describe the evolution of the Italian pension system and to provide a big picture of the current situation. Before to discuss about the pension system, let me provide some data about the country, about Italy. The population in the country experienced a long-term growth since the 70s up to the peak that we had in around 2014. From this point forward, we are experiencing a declining population. In the meantime, the population that age 65 or above turned from around 6 million of individuals in 1970 to around 14 million in 2019. So it turned more than double. As a percentage of the entire population, it means a growth from 11.1% to 23%. In the meantime, the life expectancy at 65 in years increased a lot, right? Because we have an initial value that was around 15 years up to around 21 years in 2019, with an increase that is more than 25%. If this is positive things for the population, it can be not as much positive for the sustainability of the pension system. If we unpack this trend of the population, we can see that for a while we had a balance between the number of deaths and the number of citizens that has been supported by the immigration. But in the recent year, the declining number of immigrants and the even more severe declining number of newborn reached to its minimum. So we have now a declining number of residents in the countries. The age dependency ratio is increasing, but this is just the combination of the increasing life expectancy and in the decreasing fertility of the country. Now we're approaching a dependency ratio that is above 56.69, and that is much higher than what it was before. In 1992, it was around 45, so even in that case, we have around a 20% increase in percentage terms. The age distribution of the Italian population is another source of concern, because we can see how in the next 10 years we will have a huge number of individuals that will approach the retirement age. In the meantime, we will not experience such a replacement in the working market, the job market, with the young adults that will approach the market that will not be able to counterbalance the number of current individuals that will go on retirement. From an economic point of view, the GDP in dollar amount reached the peak in 2009, so 2008, 2009, so at the beginning of the financial crisis. And in the next year, the GDP didn't have a positive trend, and we didn't achieve as a country the peak of 2008. So we can see that from economic point of view, we have never completely recovered the economic crisis followed by, that followed with the financial crisis. In terms of GDP growth on an annual rate, we can see that in the last 20 years, the country never experienced a growth rate that was above 2%, with the only exception of 2001. And in the meantime, we experienced more than 1 year of recession, even severe recession, with the GDP that decreases compared with the previous years. The Italian public debt is another source of concern for the country because even when referred to the GDP, we have a growing trend, a positive trend with the public debt that represent under 34 the GDP in 2019. And if we update this value, accounting for the last couple of years and the pandemic, this value arrived quite above the 150%. So the big picture of the country is a country with an aging population due to the increasing life expectancy and the low fertility rate, and expect a big wave of retirement age, a big public debt, even if accounted with the GDP, and the lack of economic growth. So that mix is not the positive one, and is the one that is affecting even the sustainability of the Italian pension system. But about the Italian pension system, we have to just realize that as many pension systems is just the results of an evolution. And in that case, this evolution talk about a very long-term journey. Because the first pension system of the country that was restricted to public employees date back to 1895, so even before the beginning of the 20th century. And it started like a pure defined contribution system. The story of the pension system is a story of evolution where different groups of workers were added to the system, were included into the system. And in 1919, we had the heavy industry worker and the agricultural worker that joined the system, and it was a mandatory system for those kind of subjects. 20 years later, so at the end of the 30s, we had the introduction of the old age provision with that was provided with 6 years for men and 55 years for women, and introduction of survivor pension. So the pension system is growing and is becoming larger and larger in terms of coverage of individuals. Then we have in the 1945, so the end of the World War II, where the system became a double system because we had the introduction of the defined benefit system funded by contribution or high-income worker provide pension system or low-income worker. So is a system that mixed the defined contribution with defined benefit. 10 years later, so at the beginning of the 60s, the end of the 50s, we have additional categories that were included, like craftsmen and self-employed. And a few years later, the system became even more big because we had the introduction of retirement pension that for private workers required 35 years of contribution, and for public worker, 25 years of contribution. For central government worker, 20 years of contribution were enough to go on pension. It means that if you start working when you are 25, you are eligible to go on retirement when you are 45. So it's a quite generous system. This generosity increased even more in the following years because in 1969 we start having the social pension for low-income individual, regardless the contribution, regardless any monetary values in the system. In 1973, we had probably the peak of this generosity with what has been referred as the baby pension. Baby pension means that the years of contribution and the age to go on retirement drop down even more, up to the case where if you're a woman, and if you are married, and if you have children, and if you work in the public sector, only 14 years and a half of contribution are enough to go retirement. So if you join the market when you are 25, means that before you are 40, you can go retirement. In 1975, we had the introduction of the pension as a value that is equal to the 80% of the last salary before retirement, regardless contribution. So in that case, this is the golden age of the defined benefit system. But from 1975, this generosity of the system started to produce its negative effect, up to the point that around 20 years later, the government arrived to the conclusion that the system is not sustainable anymore in the long term, and started dealing with a stream of reform that started in 1994 with what has been called amateur reform, and this and the following reform take the name from the Minister of the Labor or the president of the government that were in charge at that time. In 1992, the retirement age started to rise from 60 up to 65 in 2004, with a step-by-step evolution in order to avoid a discontinuity in this and unfair treatment for participants. What is required is a minimum of 35 years of contribution for all, so not anymore chances to go on retirement with only 25 or 20 years of contribution. Pensions is a percentage of the average annual salary of the last 10 years, so it's not anymore the last year income that matter, but is an average of last 10 years, even to avoid some tricks of the system, some cheat of the system, with the last year last income somehow boosted up just to take benefit from this value as a reference point for your pension. In the meantime, in 1993, we had the introduction of pension funds and individual retirement accounts. So we start, this is the beginning of what will become a so-called the three-pillar system, because until 1992, it was a pure public pension system with no solution provided by the private sector and no individual or just mutual based pension tools like pension funds and IRAs. Just 3 years later, so not such a long time after, we have an additional reform that was quite severe, quite impactful reform, because with the Dini reform, we have a pension that has the 50% of the last salary, not anymore 70 or 80, so we have a huge cut in the generosity of the system. Minimum 57 years old or to go on retirement, or 40 years of contribution, and an additional stream of new rules. And the main one is that for people that joined the job market from 1995, and for those that didn't have at least 18 years of contribution at the end of 1995, the system took completely or partially in the second case as a defined contribution system. So is a completely U-turn of the direction of the system. From a pure defined benefit, the system is heading to become a few years later, but to become a pure defined contribution. In 2001, we have an additional reform, even if it was not so as big as the previous one, with the Maroni reform, where the minimum 65 years old to go retirement is the new requirement, and at least and 35 years of contribution, or 40 years of contribution. So the condition to go on retirement, so what is required to be eligible to go on retirement, start to become more and more tough, more and more exigent for the market. There is the chance to early exit, but with some haircuts. So we start dealing with the chance to go out of the system early, but to pay for it, receiving a lower amount of money. So this is just the evidence that the system starts to be under pressure, and the system cannot be as generous as it was before. In 2012, we have what is the last big reform of the system, that is called the Fornero reform. One more time, it takes the name from the Minister of Labor at that time. Retirement age increase because the system is under pressure, and at the time was 66, but this reform introduced a self-adjusted system. So according with the new data on life expectancy of the Italian population, this threshold will be automatically adjusted. It means that the increasing life expectancy will turn automatically into an increase in retirement age. The minimum in 2012 was 66 years old to go in retirement, or 62 years and 42.5 years of contribution. Early exit are allowed from 57, but with severe haircuts. So it was a disincentive or a negative incentive to leave the market before the official retirement age. From this point forward, so from 2012, the system turned into a complete defined contribution system, because even for the old worker, the one that start to work before the 1996, even for those guys, 2012 is the turning point, because anything after this point will be accounted as a defined contribution system, even for those guys. Contribution in defined benefit scheme are compounded according to the average Italian GDP growth rate. It means that the system can be more generous, so can just reevaluate the money contributed into the system only if the trend of the national economy will be positive. Otherwise, there's no chance to be reevaluated. We will see the consequences of this approach in a while. In 2019 and up to 2021, we experienced a temporary experiment that was called the Quota 100. Quota 100 means level 100, and it was an attempt to simplify, if you want, the system, and in the meantime to come back to a bit more generous system, because according with this rule, with these experiments of retirement for any combination between the age and the year contribution that is at least equal to 100 makes the individual be eligible to go retirement. With of course, if they have at least 62 and 38 years of contribution. However, if you are 1 year later older, so 63 and 37, and any other combination that achieve 100, this is eligible, makes you eligible to go on retirement. So it means that if you take this train, you can leave the market even if you are 62 and not 67, as was defined by the Fornero reform in 2012. This reform is in the last weeks discussed by the government, but the decision was to do not renew these experiments and to come back to the official rules of the 2012, so 67 years to go retirement. However, what is still under discussion in these days is to smooth the transition between the Quota 100 with this low or retirement age and the standard age of 67, with a transition that should be over in 3 or 4 years. So the current scenario is a scenario where the system is a pure defined contribution system for almost all the participants. and is 100% for those that joined the job market after 1995. So it means that this is a large part of the population. Retirement age is 67, and to go retirement are required at least 20 years of contribution. And the post 1995 new worker can go retirement with 67 and 20 years only if the pension is at least around 700 euros a month. That is a quite low level. That is accounted as 1.5 times the poverty check that is equal to 460 euros in 2021. It means that even if you are old and if you contributed to the system for even more than 20 years, if your pension will not be enough to live, you are not eligible to go on retirement. So somehow you are required to remain in job market and go forward with your contribution. Additional rules say that the old age contribution pension is provided at 71 with at least 5 years of contribution, and early exit pension are possible for men with 42 years of and 10 months of contribution with no age requirement, or 41 and 10 months for women. We have some additional options, so there are still some plan B or some alternatives for those that want to leave the market in advance, the job market in advance, and are essentially three. The chance to use a reverse mortgage that is available since 2016, and it's possible if you are at least 60 years old, you are the owner of a residential home with a value of up to 350,000 euro, and the loan cannot exceed the 50% of that value. So you can go retirement and you can use a reverse mortgage to finance your retirement, post-retirement life, but under those conditions. The second one, opzione donna, that means option woman, allow women to go on retirement with least 30 years of contribution, and you do not receive any other subsidy. Now, if this is the system, let's see what happened in a single case. So let's do an example. Suppose that 67 in 2020, so is approaching, is arriving to retirement age according with the last reform. It means that he was born in 1954, and it was suppose he started to work quite early in his 20s. Suppose that is in 1974. And we assume that he had more than 18 years of contribution at the Dini reform, so in the end of 1995. In that case, it means that the input for the system is 43 years of contribution, is a male, is now 67 years old, and the annual contribution from 2012 to 2019 were the one listed in the slide. I remind you that the contribution rate in Italy is one of the highest in the world, because it is equal to 33% of your annual income. In that case, we will have some rates that will reevaluate the balance sheet, the balance of your pension account. And as you can see, we have some years where the value is very low, and we had even 1 year when the revaluation was negative, because I remind you that revaluation is based on the GDP growth. Once we experience as a country few years of a recession, in that case, the revaluation for the pension was a negative revaluation. Now, what we have even to account for, to assess the average income in the last 5 years and the last 10 years, because those are required by the system. For such kind of individual, so one that started to work in 1974, so is approaching retirement, we have a defined benefit system from the origin up to 2012 and a defined contribution system just for the last 8 years, from 2012 to 2020. So how can we assess the pension? In that case, we have to assess 3 different parts. The first one is what we call part A, that start from the beginning of the working life up to 1992. In that case, it means that he worked, in our example, 16 years. From 1993 to 2011, we have an additional 19 years of contribution. And then we have to assess what happened from 2012 up to retirement age, the last 8 years. In the first 2 cases, we have a defined benefit. In the last one, we have a defined contribution part. The part A, the one that derived up to 1992, the pension is assessed in the following manner. We account 2% for each of the 16 years, so we account the 32% of the average income of in the last 5 years. So if this is the average income in the last 5 years for our example, we have that the 32% is equal to 14,253 euros. In the second working life, part of the working life, so from 1993 to 2011, we have a 2%. So for another 19 years is another 38%, but this is accounted assessed on the last 10 years average income. So it's a different reference point. So we had another 16,857 euros. Then we have to count the last part, so the part C, the one that is a pure defined contribution system. And in that case, what we have is just to reassess the single contribution of the year, accounting for the revaluation parameter, so the one we have here, accounting for the new contribution of the year. Doing so, we have a compound effect that will lead to an additional amount that is equal to 118,000 euros. And from this base, we have to apply a fixed coefficient that is provided by the Minister of Labor. That in 2020 was for an individual with 67 years old is equal to 5.604%. It means that we account another 6,000, almost 6,500 euros. So just the application of those values. So once we do the sum of the 3 parts, we have the total amount for the annual pension of the retirees. And it will be paid in 13 times. So it means that in December you receive twice payment, and it will be equal to 2,900, almost 2,900 euros. However, those amounts are not tax-free because it will be part of your annual income, and it will be taxed according with Italian tax rates. That is a step-by-step rate. So it means that if your total income is lower than 15,000, you will pay 23. But if you go on the additional part, so from, for example, from 15,000 to 20,000, if this is your income, you will be taxed by 28%, and so on up to the 43% of taxes on your gross income if your total income is above 55,000. So it means that at the end of the story, your net pension will be equal to 2,000. However, if it can sound like a decent amount of money to live, we have to account that we have an individual that is starting from 41,000, 46,000. So is not a working class income, but is an income for maybe a middle class man. So what's next? What can we expect for the Italian pension system. In that case, the aging population and the big wave of new retirees in 10 years will require additional cuts. This is something that anyone that is dealing with the pension stuff should have clear quite easily. So what can happen is an increase in the contribution, even if this option is not so easy, because we already have a 33% of the gross income as a contribution. Push forward is somehow maybe not a good option. What will happen automatically is an increase in retirement age if the new data about increasing life expectancy will happen, because the system is self-adjust itself. So no need to new reform, because the last reform introduces this self-adjusted measure. And what will happen probably is a decrease on the pension, especially if we compare the new pension with the one received by just one generation in advance. This is just the effect of the turning of the switch on the system to a pure defined contribution. So the evidence is that the system is under pressure and need to be somehow adjusted if you want to remain sustainable in the long term, and if the welfare system want to remain in charge for the country. So that's it. I hope you have. I hope I was able to provide the big picture of the Italian pension system, and I hope you enjoy the presentation. Those are my contacts. So this is my email address, and I just took the chance to thanks again the organization for inviting me to the conference. Thanks.
Okay, that was the presentation of the Gianni Nicolini from Italy on the Italian pension system, which has been evolving for sustainability, like in other countries. Okay, but he is not here at the moment, so we have no chance to ask him any questions now. Maybe you can send him email for any question or comment. Now everything is over except one small ceremony to close this conference. Okay. Okay, now we are closing this conference, so-called 2021 KARMI webinar is closing in a moment. KARMI stands for K-ASEAN. K means stands for Korea. The ASEAN Risk Management and Insurance webinar, ESG, Finance, and ASEAN. Okay. As we have seen for 3 days, there are a variety of different cultures and economies and the society and so forth. But there are something in common. I think that they are the diversity within countries, and the changes are going on, and lots of problems present in most of the countries. And many people are trying to resolve the problems. And there are also something we can share to resolve the problems together, using our knowledge and experience to share. And this conference programs and your presentations are all recorded, so that we can see them again in the near future when we want. And this conference was hosted by GIPRC, SKKU, And sponsors, general sponsors were the SKKU and DB Foundation and Korean Me and the IFICO, International Academy of Financial Consumers. The conference began in 2018 in Vientiane, Laos, PDR, and continued in Vietnam and online at SKKU. But this year, we had 43 presentations for 3 days, from 9 a.m. December 22nd to the 3 p.m. 4th of December. Okay. Gianni Nicolini was the last presenter of today's conference and the whole conference. In my opinion, conference is to bring our yesterday work to today and to share them with our colleagues and to motivate ourselves to continue working hard for tomorrow. I wish you all good luck and see you next year, 2022 again with another papers. Thanks a lot for your participation on the KARMI 2021. Okay, bye. Anybody wants to say something?
Yes. I want to say thank you to you again, Professor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor.
Keep in touch. Well.
Thank you very much.
Research.
Keep in touch. Bye.